thought I was gone. I was, but I am back. Yo, Active Moose. What's going on, my man? Thanks. Thanks for 7 months. How you been? How are you doing during these difficult times? Alright, we are rolling. Let's go. I had to do some technical tasks here, but we are ready to get started. Same up and down. I mean, a lot of down. I think it's been difficult times for the chess world. This week was hard, for sure, but hopefully we can do better collectively going forward, and it's unfortunate. We all have to share this responsibility, I think. We'll let it all happen in front of us. But yeah, I hope we can do better collectively, and what keeps me going kinda is to play a little role. Okay. Lendl, doing good, doing good. How are you? Okay, here's what I had. I had an idea. I want to. So, I'm cross streaming this on YouTube and Twitch, and here's few things I wanted to do. I want to focus on two things, as you can see: balance and simplicity. And I wanted to play against different rating range of people, and choose, let's say, from 500 to 600 one game, 600 to 700 one game, 700 to 800 one game. So would you guys be up for the challenge? If you are, this would be the time. Okay. Yes, kind of climbing the rating ladder, and I want to focus on simple openings. As you can see here, what I'm suggesting, balance and simplicity, trying to play practical moves, and don't stop blundering. Basically, don't give up pieces, capture pieces, double pieces on good squares. Yeah, no rush, no rush. I'll probably be online for some time. So let's see. Now also let me drop this in the chat there, the challenge chat. If none of them, if I don't see the challenges coming in, then I will start from the general pool. That is a no problem either. No problemo. Okay, let's open up the challenges here. Where do we see all the challenges? That's not how it works. There's gotta be a way to see, right? All the challenges that's going in at the moment. How does that work? Can anyone tell me? New, standard. You click 10 minutes. Where do we see an open challenges here? Custom. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Rapid game, first one. So far I see only... Alright, let's start with... I'm gonna start with as low as 481. You cannot accept challenge at this moment. Okay, our opponent is already gone. Let's do 429. Alright, I'm gonna start from the very beginning here. Alright, let's go. Oh, 30-minute game. That's a little too much, my friend. Okay, hold on. let's do like 10-minute game. I don't wanna do quite 30-minute game. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start with 987. Okay, let's take the center with pawn to e4, king's pawn e4. They usually balance it, right, with e5, most common move. Now knight out to attack the pawn on e5. Okay, most likely yes, they jump the knight to c6 to defend it. And now there are a few things here that I am suggesting. One of the things that I want to suggest is going to be this move d4. Okay, the Scotch. Okay, the Scotch opening. Hey, Blue Kirby. Hey, Tyler. Thanks for stopping by, man. Absolutely, absolutely. Someone must have given you insider information, huh? That I was about to stream. Thank you. Okay, so e takes d4. Now, this is the Scotch opening if we take back with the knight. Okay, knight takes d4. However, what I'm going to suggest here is the Scotch gambit. Okay, let's give Scotch gambit a try. Bishop to c4. We give up the pawn at the moment, delay capturing this pawn back in order to develop our pieces and finish castling. That is what I'm going to do right now. They played queen to e7. Most likely they wanted to take my pawn on e4. And now I'm setting up the trap on top of finishing the development. Castle, we all want to secure the king and keep it safe in the corner. Okay. Now the trick that I was talking about here would be so-called the skewer trick. If queen captured e4, I could go rook e1, and I would win a queen. So our opponent does not fall for it. They simply go pawn to f6. In my opinion, a weird move, but I'm not sure actually. Is he trying to stop bishop g5? Maybe he's trying to stop bishop g5. I think what I'm inclined to do right now is here, take my other pawn. Okay, I want black to capture the pawn. That would allow the knight to get out with the tempo, and then this knight can come to d5. Hey, okay, Moksha was asking, I need small suggestions. Yes, John, hello. What do you need suggestion about, my friend? Now, again, same stance as the previous move. Queen takes e4. I'll have rook e1 to skewer the queen, so that's not the case. I'm assuming opponent is thinking here whether to take pawn on c3 or not. I definitely would like, but if I would like it because that way we can get the knight out with the tempo on a very good square. So as you can see on the board here, in the simplicity, one of the major things that I have is develop pieces on good squares. Okay, so the c3 is a good square for the knight. Okay, so that's why I was okay sacrificing my pawn to get my knight there. Now our opponent either got distracted or actually never saw this, but they fell for our trick. When there is a king and queen on the same file, always watch out for the skewer tricks. All right, the rook. Rook is going to come on e1, pin the queen, and that's going to win the queen. Okay, usually, as it happens a lot of times, when players lose the queen, they get annoyed and they start playing faster and even more inaccurate. Now, moving the king away would be the correct thing to do, because then there's no pin. Right now, this queen is pinning the knight, and still blocking it now is only gonna, basically chugging the pieces, is only gonna make you lose more pieces. Okay. Doesn't look windy or something? Yeah, I have the fan on. That's why, my friend Thomas. um, and we win. All right, I think our opponent here misplayed it clearly, but queen e4 was the decisive mistake. The correct moves are either knight f6 or bishop c5. And the exciting thing that I am about to introduce is, in my group, in my community group, I am starting opening repertoires for white and for black. So if you're gonna get in there, you're gonna have access to opening repertoires for white and for black. Night kicker, my friend. How is it going? This is that is how it works. That's how popularity works in chess. All right. Now, I saw the challenge coming. Or where was that? Lucid. Is this Grand by chance? You lost your other account? Rook fade. Let's go. Is this someone from the stream? If this is someone from the stream, please speak out. I love usually playing people. All right, Moksha. Let me address your question. I'm 2300 online. I'm not feeding any tips to get 2500 with practice. And which part of the game should I focus? Well, Moksha, you're 2300 online, rapid or blitz? Let's start with this. If you're 2300 online, going from 2300 to 2500 is actually not that big of a gap. Okay, so now your question is, which part of the game should you focus on? It really depends on your game. Okay, now when you play a game, where do you, let me ask you this question without seeing your games. Where do you think you lose most of your games? And then you try to improve that part of the game. Do you need help identifying which part of the game you're struggling most with? What do you think? Another question is, I'm a chess player with 200 elo. I wish you good luck, and I wish you your best. Don't listen to people who hate. They're just hating you, Arabica. Thank you, my friend. Thanks for the support. So, what do you guys think so far about Scotch gambit? Good stuff. try another one. Okay, that was 900, right? Now let's try 400 actually, 450. Jellyfish. Against jellyfish, I'm also gonna try to do the same thing. Okay, balance and simplicity. Balance the center, and they go bishop c4. What do we recommend on bishop c4? I think I'm gonna start recommending bishop c5, probably the main Italian. And they go c3, I'm gonna get the knight out. If they attack my bishop, I will retreat it back. They defend their pawn, let us defend our pawn in the center. They castle, let's play h6 to stop white from playing knight g5 or bishop g5. And whenever bishop moves away, now we can go short castle and move the knight away and potentially maybe push the pawn. Okay, bishop e3. They want to trade our dark square bishops. Now, how do we handle that? How do we deal with it? Now, we could also offer trade of one of our pieces, namely the bishop. I think that's what I'm going to try do, bishop. Now, bishop moved away. Is it time to strike in the center? Usually in Italian, you are trying to accomplish two things. One is either transfer the knight on the king side or open up the center with d5. Right now, I think we're not quite ready with d5 because I think he can play b5 and attack our e5 pawn, but, well, okay. For some reason, they played very fast. And we'll see if that was accurate. It was fast, but we'll see if it was accurate. How do we capture? There are a lot of captures here. We can take the pawn on e4. We can take the pawn on d4. We can also take the e4 pawn with a knight or a pawn. If we take with the pawn, let's start with one of them. Let's say takes with the pawn, then knight takes e5. Knight takes e5, pawn takes e5, and we're gonna lose the e4 pawn. So we don't want to do that. So let's try take with the knight. Thomas says I'm 500, but the top game is 1770. Playing three-day moves or 1510. It makes a lot of sense. What's your opinion about woodpecker method? I am a very high opinion on woodpecker. Actually, I recommend it to my students, and I myself have gone through something similar. Now, it was not that particular material by Axel Smith, I'm assuming, woodpecker method, but I've gone through the similar training. That's what I'm trying to say. There were old softwares that I used to do, and basically doing it over and over definitely, I think, increases your pattern recognition, and you learn a lot. How much points will raise after doing woodpecker? Well, that's the wrong approach, my friend. You should try to take it one step at a time. Okay, it's hard to gauge the progress. It's going to be individual. Okay, now I wanted to get rid of this pawn on the e5 by playing f6. That was my idea, but opponent attacked our knight, so I'm assuming now this knight has to retreat back. Woodpacking definitely works. Have familiar understanding of the position. This actually was missed by me. What is going on here? Let's see. Now, if we go back, the pawn to f5 is going to attack our bishop. Okay, so pawn to f5, then we move the bishop away, let's say, and then they play e6. Okay, so how do we want to deal with it? My opponent is saying like, okay, I hear you, bro. Yo, Arctic Beer, Ethan, Cryptic Code. What's up, everyone? I hope you're having a good weekend. Let's sacrifice a piece, actually, for some counterplay. Right, wassa. Hey, yo, all right. We crossed 9,500. We crossed our goal of followers at Twitch. Yo, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you to each and one of you. This means something. Okay? And welcome to all the new viewers. I'm very happy. 9,500. All right. I guess the new goal is now 10,000. It is quite far away, but can we do it? Now, a bunch of things here that I'm thinking about. One of the things I'm thinking about is the check. Another thing I'm thinking about is taking on f1 and bringing the other rook. I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay. Cryptocode is asking, will you play a game with me? I'm rating 900. Yes, for sure. Let's form a line and then we can all play against each other. Moksha, let me finish this game. Let me finish explaining this game, and then I'll answer your questions. What I think would be the best thing to do if you're struggling with tactics. Okay. All right. Let's bring the rook into the game. We want to have all our pieces, or as much pieces included in the game as possible. Oh my God. I just realized that okay, if queen goes to d3, I can go e4. What else? What else is going on? All right, there was a little tactic that I was worried if my opponent was sniping the stream, they would see it. They play queen e2. Okay, now what do? We go check. Actually, this is quite entertaining. Of an opinion, we could also simply take. Should we just take the pawn on h3? Should we go queen c1 check? Yeah, let's take a pawn. You're the highest rated player I've ever played. Jellyfish, is that you, Wasa? Is that you? Well, focus on the game. Now, black has 3 pawns for a minor piece. Okay, is that going to be enough? I guess we will try to figure it out. Let's go bishop g4, maybe attack the queen. See where does the queen move. Keep in mind, this is a no increment game. Okay, so we are quite low on time actually. 29 seconds at the moment. So we gotta act quickly. Queen d3, okay. They were threatening to go queen h7 or take on d5. Now I think we can take there. Okay, and if they take, okay, they are still threatening this. So we have to do something about it. Bishop here. Okay, let's take, check. Oh no, my friend. Why would you play queen f2? You fell for the pseudo time trouble. If I have low time, playing on the clock is the worst thing you can do. Okay. You want to stay focused and keep creating problems. Keep posing problems. You are 1300. I could tell actually. You're pretty good, man. Definitely, I could feel that you're not 500. Good game. Arctic Beer says I would quit chess. Okay, you're being a little dramatic, my friend. Cool, Gamergo. Yes, we can all play. Let me respond to a few questions first, and then I see a list of players that want to play. So I'm gonna try to play all of you. Okay. So first, let's start answering. So Moksha, middle game tactics are tricky and struggling to find. Well, my friend, the major thing that I think you want to do is work on your candidate move selection process. Okay. So, what's your routine currently? Because if you got to 2300 on your own, it means that you're somewhat familiar with tactics and it's not completely like out of blue. Right? You're not starting from the scratch. So what's your current routine? Okay, we have to. Okay. I'm gonna change. Next, I know a guy who lost the game of a jumped out a second store window and he was fine after. Oh man. Alright, let's not get to that point. Is my rating good or bad? I solved 1000 puzzles on liches and my rating is 1950 rapid. Well, 1950 is pretty good. So yeah, from 2300 and above studies, 200 brilliant studies. That's a great book. Also, 2 Moo Mates. Basically, working on real calculation stuff. Alright, who was next? Who was next? Cosmic Drifter. Cool Gamergo, which one are you? Which one are you? What's your username? Sean Jaquin, Carnacion, Rookfade, or Ethan? Alright, let's go. Let's go, Sean. Let's go, my friend. Pawn to d4. Let's balance it. Balance and simplicity. You go for the queen's gambit. I decline your gambit. I do not want to take it. I simply want to develop my pieces, especially the king side first. Castle, secure the king. And then if that pawn is still hanging, then I'll take it. But right now, that would allow your bishop to capture back with the tempo. I don't want to do that either. Now, what do we do here? We are okay developing all our pieces except this bishop on c8, right? So I'm gonna start with developing the knight first, connecting these two. And next is going to be the bishop. Okay, the light square bishop. We need to get this guy out, right? Imagine pieces are talking. If they could talk, what would they tell you? Okay, right now, this piece is probably telling me that if you go there, bro, I'm getting locked with c5. So what you gonna do about it? Do we take here or do we meet it with the pawn to c5? Pawn to c5 takes, or let's say pawn c5 takes. I think I like it. It's probably a little careless to play that fast, but I have the feeling that this should work because we are castled, we are secure. Opponent is not castled, not secure. Okay, right now, for example, I can immediately tell this is hanging. And next move, if we take it with the bishop, that's gonna pin the knight and yeah, knight. Yara Lorena, what's going on? Good evening. Hello. Where are you joining from? Okay, this is actually not a bad move. They want to take our knight on d7. So if we take there, they take our knight. I guess that's a fair trade. Let's take their knight, they take our knight, and we take back with the bishop. We'll be left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns. Opponent has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns also. So technically pawns are equal. Okay, now we could do a few things. One is play here, rook to defend it. Another one is taking here, exactly. And the problem with that is white is not gonna be able to take here because we can move the bishop back, and that's going to be a pin. Now mistakes rarely come in singles, so rook c2 I think is also a mistake because it's gonna allow the bishop a4 pinning rook and the queen. Did I play Marathon? I did not play Marathon actually. How was it? Did you play Marathon? Okay, should we take it immediately or prepare it first somehow? How do we prepare it actually? Maybe push the pawns? Would that help? Okay, now is the time to take. And then I am going to try go here, try to support it. Okay, how about some a5 with the idea of a4 maybe, and then b3. Okay, he's trying to stop it. Okay, I'm going to insist here. This is actually quite good. Looks quite good. Alright, let's take. We're gonna lose an exchange. Try somehow get this. Okay, I guess not yet. I'm actually not sure here what the legitimate plan should be. Okay, that's a problem. That's a big problem, I think. Because now we can get the bishop in. I was getting a little worried because we were getting low on time. We only had 39 seconds left on the clock. Okay. Now we can trade queens, and these pawns are going to decide. Even without those pawns, we are ahead a lot of material. Let's stop this pawn from promoting, and then we're gonna promote our own. Check. Okay, that is a checkmate. Back rank checkmate. Good game, Sean. That was a good game, man. You blundered the rook. Before you blundered the rook, I felt like you were doing good here. You were doing solid before you played rook d4. Okay, you should have probably kept sitting. Yeah, my bishop actually got kind of stuck outside of the pawn. Why sadness, Yara? Can I challenge you to a 3-minute game? Yes, you can. I have a challenge. Ooh, excuse me. And you can also... Thank you. Cool Gamergo, you're 2200? Why did you play me with the account of 600 then, man? I suspected you were tanking. I did suspect it. Maybe not join actually. How about do just the challenge? Because hold on, clear. So how about now? Okay, now join doesn't work because we gotta do it manually. All right, Wasa. Not an immediate rematch, my friend. Okay, like let's have others play yet first, and then we can do rematch. Okay, let me respond to some YouTube comments here. I can spot tactics easily, but I struggle to prepare a good position. So basically setting it up. That means that you need to work on your strategy. Okay. You want to work on your strategy and positional understanding. I become afraid when I get paired with higher players and I blunder from panic. That's a common issue, but confidence comes from work. Alright, Yara, let's do it. Are you really from Japan? Alright, it's a Latvian gambit. Oh, this is actually, I'm not very familiar with this. So you may actually trick me here. Which do I take? Which one do I take? I think I gotta take on d5. If you go e4, I believe, is it queen e2? Queen e7, and now I move the knight. Am I doing this right? We can now attack the pawn and then probably play d3. Oh, if I did that on the previous move, this wouldn't have worked. But now we're gonna lose a pawn. c5, wow. Okay, what if I en passant? I'm okay with trading since I have an extra pawn. Was that a mouse slip? That must have been mouse slip, right? Okay, f3 now to castle. I don't see the great use for the discover check for this bishop, so I'll just grab this pawn, check, and then go back. Okay, I'm gonna try to keep it simple. f5, I was hoping he would bishop h2, but I guess it's not happening. Yeah, rook h2 is the correct move. Good job. Let's lock this bishop here, or try to at least, on h2. Okay, bring the king in to defend the bishop. Next, I think I'm gonna try to go here. There we go. Rook h3, and where is that bishop going? To e1, but that's where our king comes in. Now, when you have material advantage, you're trying to do two things. One is overwhelm your opponent by attacking them. You want to go for the attack, and most likely extra material there will be decisive. Number two, you want to trade down and go for the endgame, because converting that extra material in the endgame is going to be a lot easier. So that's why I was completely okay with trading queens. Now I'm gonna try to make a pass pawn. And push that pass pawn to promotion. Okay, check. Okay, now the king is trying to block it, so We could try to zugzwang that king out of there, but I think it's just easier to take these pawns, then move the king on the side, and now push this pawn to the checkmate. Good game, Yara. Oh, women GM or future women GM? I think where it went wrong. First of all, you play very fast. Okay, you could probably use slowing down and taking some time in between moves. Do you mainly play blitz and bullet? Is that what's going on? So I'm actually not 100% sure what's the right way to play against the Latvian gambit here, but I think this is not it. Is bishop d7 the move? Have you played this before? Because I think you ended up with down a pawn, so there's gotta be a better way to do this, no? I was thinking that the better move against this is bishop to d6, and then play this d4, e4, and I think knight f2 to f5. Don't panic against title players, guys. They're just humans. That's a very good advice. Last Legend, what's up? XXT, what's going on? I think earlier on, Moksha. I don't know if Moksha is still in the chat. Let me know if you are, and we can pick up that conversation. Okay, if you still would like to have some of the questions answered. And yeah, in general, the questions are very much encouraged. Oh, this is an elephant gambit. It's not Latvian. Sorry, Latvian is f5. An elephant gambit. Likewise, Yara. Thank you for the game. And I see you are quite good. 2000. Okay. Do you play over the board also? Do you compete over the board, or do you mainly play online? Crypt code is rook fade. Let's go. Let's go e4. What you got, my friend? Sidelines, knight to c6. If you are given the center, take it. d4. Nice and easy. Okay, d5. They want us to take with the pawn, so then the queen could come and attack our pawn on d4. Alright, but let's try knight c3. This is the little trick here, and the point is when they take here, instead of taking back, because the queen would be attacking the pawn on d4, we can go d5 to attack this knight, and now make that knight very uncomfortable. There we go, knight goes back. Now I think we can calmly capture it back. On knight f6, alright, attacking both of this. We could consider taking, and true to the spirit of what I had to say here, let's keep it simple. The pawn was under attack. Develop our pieces while defending. That cannot be a bad thing. Okay. They attack our bishop. We can probably retreat back. Bishop goes there. Alright. Let's finish the development with castle. Next, now a bunch of things are hanging here. If they take back though, we also take back. And we have this nice trap. So what would be the useful move right now? Because capturing on c6 would allow this knight to get into the game with the tempo, and I do not want to allow that. Okay, I want to play another useful. Let's get the bishop out. Let's get bishop in the game. And when they move their bishop, now we push the pawn, or do we take? Wasa, yes, I am based in Dallas, Texas, my friend. Where are you based? I saw you had the Canadian flag. I did allow taking on f3 here, but that's gonna give us the light squared bishop, so I think I'm okay with that. Now I am actually going to try trade, and this might be a blunder by black, because I'm gonna be attacking both bishop and the knight on d7. So I'm not sure that black is able to defend both. Okay, because when they defend it once with the rook, we can bring the other rook to attack the knight on d7 with the other rook to d1. If they move, oh, there we go. So they decide to give up the bishop. Now that was an extra piece for us. Next, when you have an extra material, easiest way, trade them down, trade pieces down. Now I'm gonna try to trade the bishop for this knight. I'm not worried about the rook d2 and activating the rook. Obviously first you want to limit opponent's counterplay, but knight was covering the d2 square, so there was no check. Okay, that's actually a good move, but still that is going to force the rook trade, so I'm still okay with it. Now the bishop was hanging, so I'm gonna move it away. Next, bishop is hanging, so I'm gonna move the bishop away too. Now let's bring rook into the game. Threatening to play pawn to c4 and pin it. And when knight moves away, I was gonna say I'm gonna trade the rooks. So now we have gathered 2 extra pieces, okay, in terms of the material. So let's just push the pawns. Push a piece. Easiest thing to do. Okay. You can rarely go wrong just pushing the pawns. The only thing that can go wrong right now is the time. But I have played too much fast chess. I think this is plenty of time. Let's promote. Check. Check. Let's go here to attack these 2. I'll take that with a check, and queen f5 is going to be a checkmate. Good game. Good game. Good game. Crypt code. Man, you were close to flagging me, huh? There we go. 2 Canadians finding each other. Last legend. Okay. Sorry to YouTube chat. YouTube chat kind of like slowed down. There, I think I missed few comments. Did I? make sure you support the chat there by liking, man. You gotta like and sub if you're already not subbed on YouTube. If you wanna send the challenge link, it's going to be right here. Okay, so you can click that link if you want to challenge. Send the challenge. There you go. Yo, the nervousness. I could feel it, man. I could feel it. But you were doing well. You were doing well up to, like, I feel like somewhere around here. I'll probably just take back with the knight. The knight kind of got in the awkward situation. Serp Lord, what's up? Right, ended up being in a weird situation. So I think taking early on with the knight on c6 made a lot of sense. How all the pieces included in the game. Then clearly I think the final mistake or the critical mistake was somewhere around here. It's already somewhat challenging, right? So yeah, you see seemingly that one meaningless move that you may think that, oh, it's not that big of a deal, but one piece stands badly, your entire position is bad. That's why that famous saying goes that way. YouTube is a little behind. Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. But still, all right. Let's keep it going. Good game. Keep crypt code. Hop in my school, boys and girls. Okay, my school community. Starting next week, I'm gonna have group classes, and for now it is free to join. Okay, starting November it is not going to be free. All right, so if you are interested in joining free group classes and the community, thank you, David. You know what is up, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know why the YouTube is lagging a little bit, but I can see that also. All right, let's play the next game. Who was next? And so the Yara was saying earlier, I didn't study before. I like playing over the board more, but I literally do not find any tournaments to participate. Where are you located in? Are you in Japan? Is that, if you like over the board chess, my friend, you should try to find the local chess club. Serp Lord, if you wanna play, you can challenge me, my friend, in here. All right, who's next? X123 Legend, legendary player X. Is that you? All right, let's go. E4. What you got, my friend? You got French. Okay. Against French, what I recommend is we take the center, and when you play d5, actually, what is the easy way to play against French? I think just simply advance French. Just go e5, when they go c5, play c3. Secure the center. When they do that, what do we do on that? It's probably on f3, or do we go f4? Actually, I'm gonna recommend f4. Or should we keep it simple? Let's keep it simple. Knight f3. Is it appropriate to hate French from both sides? It is totally appropriate to hate French from both sides. Okay, knight. Now let's. So if you go knight there, actually, I could technically take this pawn. Okay, that might be a mistake. But let's take a pawn because knight blocked. First, I think queen b6. Okay, knight wants to attack my pawn on e5. Let's try to go bishop b5 to pin this knight. Okay, that makes sense. Bishop takes here. And now I was thinking we go here, or do we go queen e2 first? Let's go h4 with the idea of immediately poking this knight with h5. If they go queen b6, ooh, actually, I may have just made a mistake. Queen b6. I think black could have taken on f2 first and then go check, and that would win something. So I blundered. Ah, no, I have knight d4. Never mind. So okay, let's take there, and on bishop f2 threats, I think I am going to castle. Now I don't think fact that I castled and rook has moved away from h1 is gonna take away from my attack. I think h5 still is going to be quite uncomfortable with the idea of h6 and making this kingside uncomfortable. It's a lot easier than chess. I've never taken an online course before, but I don't know how this works. Okay, now black wants to take my rook. If I move the rook, then the pawn on f2 is hanging. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attack the bishop. So if you take bishop f1, I can take on c5, attacking the queen. Jose, what's going on, my friend? What's going on, Jose? Okay, now the time to sacrifice, then exchange, or a pawn. You know what? I like this idea of h5. If bishop f1, I think I'm going to try to take on g6. Jose DMless. What's going on, my friend? Okay, now I do have to move the rook. And this is covered with our queen. So I'm not too worried about that. Where is that knight going? The knight has to come back if we attack it. But I don't think actually it's a rush. So let's get the knight in the game first of our own. Potentially maybe with b3, knight b3. Okay, c5 is a good move. Now I may have to, if I move like a3 to secure this pawn. d4, okay. There is some change of pawn structure here. I do want to play g4 still. Let's double up the bishop. d3, okay. Alright. Okay, let's go queen d2. Let's take. Oh, that's a fork, my friend. You're flagging, bro. You're flagging, bro. Good game. Good game. I think rook d4 was a mistake. You should have taken with the queen. Also in the opening, yeah, you have to play queen b6 first, I think, before you start with the knight. But we both kind of played quite bad here. I think here, I was thinking I missed this, but apparently it doesn't work actually. I thought I missed this, but I have knight d4. And knight defends the bishop on b5. Should I put my real photo on the side? Well, that's a it's a personal choice. It's what you prefer. Your knight was pinned, but then you take knight f3 with a check. Well, it is the group classes. There's a difference, Yara. There is a difference between having online class, individual online class, like one-on-one, and having group classes. Okay, there's a little difference between those two. What I will be offer, I do offer both, but I will be focusing on group classes actually every Monday and Wednesday. Okay, it's gonna be 4 different classes from 4 different rating ranges: 0 to 600, 600 to 1000, 1000 to 1500, and 1500 and plus. So all the levels are going to be covered. Okay, 1 hour class. Right now it is free, starting November 1st. It's going to be I'm thinking of charging $50 a month. But all right, I see Yara. There we go. And I see Mandela. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Who's next? That's legendary player. That was a good game, man. Jose. Jose DMless. Did you wanna play? Arctic Beer. I think I saw your challenge also, right? I see Nakalight and I see EBWIGTT. So Nakalight. Wait, who's Nakalight? Who's Nakalight? Alright, let's play. Oh man, is that you, Actimos? E4. Okay, we're saying we're gonna balance it. So we're gonna focus on balance and simplicity. So let's do E5. Knight F3, Knight C6. They attack the pawn, we defend the pawn. When they go here, what do we do? Let's defend the pawn. d4. Hey, d6 incoming. You knew it. You called it. Okay. d4 now, we could still go bishop d7. And the point is, after this capture, taking on e5, we can take on e4. So we're not worried about losing a pawn here. Alright. They go short castle. Let's develop our knight. Now attack this e4 pawn. E4 pawn more. With the knight. Okay, d5 to attack the knight. Now we have to move the knight away. Do we go to e7 or do we go back to b8? That is the question. I think I'm gonna go to e7. b8 was also a very reasonable candidate move. But I want this done in somewhat of a timely manner. So I'll play g6 next. With the idea of bishop g7. If you take there, we'll take back with the queen. Actually, we might take back with the knight. Which one do we take back? Let's take back with the knight. So f5 can come in faster. Okay, in these positions, this is a standard King's Indian type of pawn structure where white has more space in the center at the moment because of these two pawns, d5, e5. We're going to try to counterattack it as black. Okay, yeah, okay, let's just play b6, the pawn was hanging. Counterattack with f5. Okay, we can't do it immediately because there was going to be, if you go f5, knight g5, knight e6 is something we have to constantly watch out for. Okay, now I would be worried about this move, knight coming to g5 and e6, but the queen is covering it at the moment, so I think we can go f5. Actually, that might allow something like this. So we gotta be a little more conscious. A little more conscious here. Okay, that might, because the point is after this takes knight d4, there is a pin. All right. I see you, Yara, there. I see you in the group. Yeah. Next is basically you just, you know, there will be announcements in and welcome to the community. Now you're part of the community. So we're gonna have group classes starting next week, and other than that, a bunch of people that you can share your ideas, games, and so on. P game and down a pawn. What's going on? How are we doing? I like both your names. Man, I'm torn in between here. Do I go rook e8? Do I go rook here? Or do I go, actually, what do I do? Maybe actually I go a5 first. Yeah, I like a5. The idea of a5 is I want to land this knight on c5, and I'm trying to take measures against b4. I don't want to allow white to play b4. Okay, now I'm gonna bring the rook to prepare for f5. If knight goes here, I think I'm gonna try to go knight c5. Could also bring this knight to f6, h5 towards f4. That could also be an idea. But if you let me play f5, then I think we could do it as it is. P game, is that also about the pawns? Do you have it like down a pawn or like the pawn game in mind? Is that what it is about? Okay, if I play knight f6, this knight is gonna come to g5. So let's go bishop h6. Get the bishop in the game. Down a pawn is a great handle. I agree. I like it too. All right, let's bring the bishop now. I mean, excuse me, knight. Let's bring the knight. Ah, but we can take. Takes, and take there too. Yeah, I think that was fine with us. Right, this knight is now heading towards f4, from where it can put a little more pressure on the white's position. I'm not too worried about knight b5 because of rook f7, I think, and we're gonna have the c7 covered. So it's not. YouTube, what's going on? YouTube chat is dead. What's going on, guys? Is the lag that bad? Okay, knight b5 attacking the f7. I think this way or rook f7. Which one? Which one? Probably rook f7 actually. I think this makes more sense. Teenage username days. I see. Occasional cool chess handle. I think what I may try next is moving my king and getting my rook on the g file. How does that sound? Does that sound enticing? I think I have to move the queen first though. I have to move the queen first, sideways, so I don't allow this trick of knight landing on d4 and e6 because there was a pin along the e file. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a pretty big blunder. That's a pretty big blunder. Oops. Whoops. Oh la la. We blundered the minor piece. Okay, we have to make it count. There's no other way now. There's no other way about it. Let's go. Let's go. Naka Light. How good are you at converting, my friend? How good are you at converting? Hopefully not. No, I want you to do well, actually, my friend. I always want you. I want you guys to do well. Ife. What's going on? Am I pronouncing it right? Is it Ife? Don't forget to like. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Knight to e5. All right. Check. No. Check. No. So we do have to take. I'm assuming queen takes. Now, do we go here? Do we go rook here? Do we go rook here? Let's try this. Blind swine. Didn't work. He saw it. He saw our intention. He saw it coming. So, we need a different plan. We're in a lot of trouble here. We're in a lot of trouble. Let's try to steer the pot. Oh yeah? You already started? You already got students? Queen here, rook here. I need a cannon, actually. I need a cannon. Not too long ago, actually, I learned this Chinese chess. Have you guys played Chinese chess? You have cannons in Chinese chess. Wow, Waja. Waja oriatashvili. Ki kartwali, karbeju. Vicente, what's up? What's going on, my friend? Hello. Alright, we're creating some threats, but nothing real. We're just trying to scare our opponent. That's pretty much all. Rook here, maybe try to go here. H5, then queen can take. Rook here is too slow. Is it too slow? Rook f2, yeah, that seems too slow. Let's go rook f4 with immediate. Uh-oh. Are you sure about that, my friend? Nakalites, are you sure about that? I just complimented you, my friend. You're gonna allow giving up your queen? You needed that rook on g2. Now you're going to lose more material, my friend. I think I can go queen g3 and take the rook, but I can take this with a check first, and then go queen f4 and also take the rook. If you played king h2, there's still queen f4. Let's take with the check. And then we're gonna be able to push this pawn all the way. Without the pass pawn in the corner and without the h pawn, this would probably not be as easy, but with the pawn, I think white is simply going to have a difficult time stopping it. Let's go here. I'm gonna try to zigzag up. Yo, Ifa, yeah. Let's play, bro. We haven't played actually in a minute, right? Draw this. That's a pretty cool name. White is trying to somehow set up the fortress here, I assume. And that would be possible if somehow pushing this pawn could be stopped. Yeah, man, absolutely. Absolutely, if we should actually do, if you want, we could also do record the thought process. Basically, you record your thought process, I record my thought process, and then we can exchange it. And publish basically the final product. All right, I'm trying to push this pawn, but let's make sure it doesn't get lost. So now I want to check and then keep pushing it. So let's try to get to h2. Next I'm going to try to go queen f3. I don't think it matters whether it's going to be the check or no. Yeah, it doesn't. And now probably g2. Well, technically I could have promoted immediately, but might as well get the rook instead of just knight. I think now the opponent is gonna start checking, and we can promote. What elo are you in chess, my friend? I am in real life. I'm about 24,000-2500. In online chess blitz, I'm probably about 2,800. In rapid, I'm about 2,500. So somewhere in that range. Okay, between 2,500 to 2,800. ვაჟა, სასიამოვნოა, მიხარია ქართველების ნახვა. მიხარია რომ გადააწყდი channels. როგორ ახარ? Alright, let's try now checkmate the king the quickest way possible. I think right now I see mate in 2 with queen b3 and queen d1. There are probably multiple ways. Alright, I'll take it. I will take it. I will take that too. You still have a pawn. So we're not stalemating, my friend. Check. And how do we mate? Let's do checkmate with a pawn. Killer pawn. It's crazy laundry night after our baseball loss. Oh yeah. We're working on a really cool video design, some cool animations. Oh nice. Like instructional or what sort of video? But that's pretty cool, man. If you had to design Knuckleite. Are you in the chat? Who's Knuckleite? He has the chat disabled. Supreme Chess UK U8K. What's going on, my friend? Hola, hola, hola. America, Europa. Yeah, yeah. I liked it, man. I think you did a great job. I saw the with the Maurice video. It's pretty cool, man. And I see you're enjoying storytelling. So that's pretty cool. If my family would just quiet down, I might be able to play. Hey, Saturdays are for laundry, man. I don't know about chess. Saturdays are for laundry. Bonke. Yes, Bonke, you can, but Aoife was in line here first. So I think first I'm gonna try. Oh, you are a photographer. I could tell, man. I could tell your angles were not very beginner-like. So I could tell that you enjoy videography in general, and you enjoy um, playing with camera. You wanna do it now, or should we do it another time? That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. You liking it? Supreme Chess UK, what's up? What's up, my friend? You are a chill guy? Set up your OBS and stuff. Okay, let me fill up the water real quick, and then we can continue. Okay, let me turn this down. Oh, okay. Oh, you're EBW? Alright. E4. Scandinavian? I'll take it. Kick the queen. Get the knight out. Okay, I'm a simple man. When I see opportunity to go b4, I go for it. If you take it, I will go rook b1. That was a joke. I thought it was funny. Okay, we can get the rook on the b file. What was deleted there? I didn't see. I didn't see, my friend. b6. That's a very strange decision. I think we can take c6 now. What I see to be the problem here is the weakening the king. You are weakening the king, my friend. Now you're pinned, and you're very likely to lose a bunch of stuff there on that diagonal. I think mainly due to this move knight d4. Queen f3 is also coming, but as it is, I think it's already very difficult for you to stop. I sacrifice a queen. Oh. Okay. Okay, let's get all the pieces involved in the game. Ooh. Okay. Okay, okay. What do we do about that? Okay, let's go here to attack it. I guess counter attack it. And then maybe knight b5. I want to attack the rook. If I take with the bishop, I'll take back with the... Nice! Nice, nice, nice. Good game. Bonke. b6 is mistake, bro. I think you can just leave it. I don't have that much of a threat. The threat here is just simply to take. So I think you can get the bishop out or play like bishop d6. You know, if you're too worried about it, maybe something like queen c7. I think queen c7, and you're doing relatively okay here. Nothing to panic. b6 I think was a panic. Watch out for your king. If you're playing Scandinavian, you want to make sure that your king is secure, and you want to make sure your king doesn't get stuck in the center like it did in this game. Okay, and be aware of developing your queenside pieces before you finish the development of your kingside if you're planning to castle short. If you're planning to castle long, then still you should probably try to castle earlier. Does that make sense? Does that make some sense? All right, now let's get back to, so we were saying Ife, you're ready? All right, how do we do this? How do we do this? So you record your part of the screen. I um, record my part. EBW. Sent you a friend request, my friend. One turtle. What's up? 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 Just hit 1400. Yo, that's super fast, man. Try and push for 1500. Let's go. One step at a time. One step at a time, man. All right. You guys should help me. So my goal for YouTube today is I wanted to cross 1900 subs, and I am 12 short at the moment. 1888. So how about you help the men out? Yaras has been stuck at 2100 for months. Do you just play or do you also study? Haven't really learned any opening or stuff like that. I feel like I plateaued. Well, if you're just playing and you're not studying, I think that's usually where that feeling comes from. So there are books that you can read. There are courses that you can go through online if you prefer it in the digital format. There are, like, chess.com has lessons. There are a lot of things you can learn, my friend. What courses would I recommend? Well, depends what part of the game you're struggling with. I would start with the part that I'm struggling with the most. Okay, you can the very safe place to start with is the end games. Everyone struggles with end games, for example. So if I think no, hold on, no, never mind. That's not what I was gonna. That's not what I was gonna. Book recommendations. Here we go. These are some of my book recommendations. Not that one. I was 2300, but I'm just playing. I don't care about the rating. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But I feel like we also feel that momentum when we are kind of plateaued on one place, right? And we're not getting better. So learning new positions, typical plans from the openings. Okay, that's the one thing. At that level, I would say typical middle game transitions from your openings that you play to the middle game. Those are critical, I think, at that level for around like 2000 level. Now, Van, what courses do I recommend? If you prefer courses, one course that I'm gonna recommend is going to be 100 endgames that you must know. It's a very good one. You can't go wrong with it. Jeremy Silman's courses and books, highly recommend. Jeremy Silman is a very good author. Also, 45 techniques. If you're looking for a particular course, 45 techniques for positional chess. Okay, that's a really good one. And exactly, my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel and my community. Actually, I am legitimately trying to here in my school community put out as much value as possible. Okay, and yes, I would appreciate also. Am I streaming on any other platform? Supreme Chess, yes, I am also on Twitch. I'm dual streaming, so that's why that may be a little delayed. The comments, I think. Kind of confused. You're sending me a friend request. All right, now what we're gonna do, I am going to play an expert. Okay, and we are going to be okay. Right now you'll only hear my perspective, but later on, if we decide to put this on YouTube, you can check out both sides from YouTube. Okay, so you gotta make sure you are following on YouTube. Okay. Cool. We are 1891, 9 more subs to cross 1900. That was my goal for today. So let's go for it. What's up, Samantha? It's hard to play as black. I lose more with black. It is true at all levels. It's harder to play with black because white starts first. So you are technically one move behind to start with. Okay. So you just gotta try to equalize first and then play. You cannot play for the win immediately with black. Okay, you have to equalize first and then try to take over. 45 positional techniques is a very good book. Yes, Jeremy Silman's books, Reassess Your Chess, is a very good one, and 100 Endgames that you must know is also a very good book. So you cannot go wrong with any of those. All right, Ife, let's see. Let me actually change then this the board here, I guess. Not the board, but the blackboard. You see the blackboard that I have. The little. Let's. I'm gonna switch that. So it looks good for the video. So you allow me a second here, and okay. All right, here we go. I am almost ready. If I give me just one. Here we go. What's this about? Blackboard. There we go. All right, bro. I am ready. You play 10 minutes. So, Samantha, did you have a question in regards to playing with black, or that was just a comment? um, there was a time that where I struggled playing with black. I think at the high level, I still do. Okay, so you're not alone. Is Celeste? Is that you, my man? All right. Let's go. 2204. Welcome everyone to a chess game where international master plays an expert level player rated around 2200, and we are both going to try explain our thought process as we play. Let's get into it. He starts with pawn to e4. I would like to respond to that with the Sicilian defense. So let's go with pawn to c5. Try to trade our side pawn for the central pawn. All right. Now opponent avoids d4 and going for the open Sicilian. Instead, he goes for the bishop b5 check. Now, on this move, I normally either block it with the bishop or with the knight. So I think I'm gonna go bishop to d7. Keep it simple. And if they take back, we take with the queen. And idea is simply knight c6, knight f6, and we'll see where we want to develop our bishop. One way could be going g6 and fianchettoing in the long diagonal. Another way could be going e6 and bringing the bishop out this way. All right, he goes for pawn to d4. I think we'll take that, and when knight takes back, let's bring the knight out, attack the pawn in the center on e4. They defend with the knight. Now we'll go back with knight to c6, actually attacking. Well, we're not really attacking, actually. This is defended at the moment. So so far this has been the standard development, and I kind of actually like white's choice here. I think white made this somewhat easy for himself. Okay, now what do we do with this bishop? That's what we were talking about. Where do we want to develop it? Do we want to go g6 and bishop g7, or do we want to go e6 and bring it out this way? I'm leaning towards developing it on the long diagonal. I used to be a dragon player, and I still have, probably to this day, I play dragon quite a bit, so I like fianchettoing my bishop. Okay. Another thing to keep into consideration, possibly, could be queen to g4, because I think that attacks two pawns, one on g2 and one on e4. But even if he castles, then knight takes e4. I think my king is stuck uncomfortably in the center, so I would prefer to finish the development of my king side first, especially this bishop and castle. Then we'll see how we want to follow it up. David Dubinsky is asking, is there such a thing as the Sicilian setup? Yes, this is basically a Sicilian setup. Well, Sicilian defense is the name of the opening, but pawn structure that has come out of the Sicilian defense, I think, would be considered the Sicilian setup. You moved from Twitch to YouTube. All right, very nice. Is that Yara? Bishop goes to e3. Now what? Do we go d5? Do we move the rook to c8? Do we go rook to d8? I think I like rook c8. Queen d2. That looks like a normal looking move. I'm assuming he's preparing for bishop to h6, offering the trade of the dark square bishops. Now, what do we do about that threat? Do we ignore it? Do we try to create a threat of our own, maybe? With knight a5, and the idea is knight c4. That actually could be interesting. Knight a5. So what is white going to do? Let's say they play b3. There, then we could try to take there, but the knight is going to be hanging in the corner on a5. So I don't want to do that for that reason. I could simply move the rook. So when the bishop goes here, we can tuck the bishop back. But let's try and go knight a5. I think if b3, maybe we can play either b6, I mean. Or I actually like also queen. Do we have queen c7 there? I see. Welcome to the YouTube chat. I think there's a little delay compared to over there, but other than that, it should be the same. Is there such thing as the fianchetto setup? Okay. We are threatening knight c4. I don't see a way to stop it other than playing b3 here. Maybe e5 is an idea, but even then knight c4. And the point is we have this queen defended on d7. Okay, so that the queen is not hanging. All right, knight c4. How is white going to stop knight c4? b3. Now, let's think what to do after b3. I like taking on c3. Queen takes c3. Knight takes e4. Queen takes a5. Bishop c3. No, that's not gonna work. This knight is hanging. So on b3, let's try calculate queen c7 maybe. Attack the knight and attack the pawn. Then For example, what if he goes knight b5 to attack our queen? Queen takes c2, knight takes... No, actually queen takes c2, then the knight is still going to be hanging here. So the line I'm calculating right now is b3, queen goes to c7, knight goes to b5. Alright, that does not end up happening. Our opponent allows us to play knight to c4. Now what? There are a few things that I can think of at the moment. One would be going for e5 and neutralizing this dark square bishop. If bishop moves back, then taking on e3 is not that attractive because I think my knight actually on c4 is pretty strong. But e5, bishop moves back, and then queen c6 to attack the e4 pawn does look quite attractive. How does white defend the e4 pawn? If you go knight d2, you're gonna lose, like knight takes there, knight takes e4. That doesn't do it. Otherwise, I don't see it. So I think that's what I'm gonna go for. I think I'm gonna go e5 in here. If bishop takes a7 after e5, we're gonna have b6, and we will trap the bishop in the corner. Do we have other alternatives? Other alternative, I guess, is queen c6 maybe. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight goes to d5, attacking the knight f6 and knight e7 there. We could, if we go bishop b2, then knight e7, so that's not gonna work. So I think I'm gonna retract back to e5, kicking the bishop away, trying to make it uncomfortable, and then playing queen c6 to attack the pawn on e4. Now, white, I think, faces a few difficult decisions here. One is obviously what do you do about the e4 pawn, and another one is, do you ignore knight takes b2? Knight takes b2 right now is also a threat. This knight is basically, we're pulling the rug from the feet of this knight. Likewise, my friend, love back at you. Alright, rook e1, that does make sense, because now if knight e4, knight e4, I guess queen e4, this bishop may want to get discovered. But what if we take knight b2 here? What about knight takes b2? Knight takes b2, knight goes to d5, knight takes d5, pawn takes d5, queen takes c2. So let's do that. I think I would like to do just that. Pull the rug from the feet of the knight on c3. Now, queen takes b2, queen takes c3, queen takes b7 is a possibility, but these pawns, I think, are quite weak. We could take immediately, threaten to take here. We could start actually with rook c7. I think I would like to start with rook c7. Queen moves away, and then we'll take on e4. Or actually, we could also take on c2 first, and then... Unless he plays queen b3. Is he gonna play queen b3? Or where is queen gonna go? Yeah, it will depend where queen goes here, which pawn we take. Okay, a6. Now that clearly is attacking the pawn on d6, so we have to take on e4. If you take here, bishop a7, you do attack the knight on e4, so you could maybe go d5. I don't think that bishop has a good discovery at the moment, so let's secure the center. Now we are also threatening rook a8 to win some material here, namely a minor piece. This pawn is also hanging. So unless we blunder a tactic, I think this should be in our favor. Most important thing, I think, is the pawn structure. White's pawn structure has been very damaged. Alright, now that I think is a straight up blunder, because we can take this guy, right? Yeah, I think bishop is simply hanging here. And if you take the queen, then we'll take back with the knight. I think he may have forgotten that that the queen was defended with our knight. Let's go rook e8. Now we're gonna double up on the e file. Yeah, I did realize that actually. I was gonna originally play this check, but now I realize that you are also attacking my rook. So I think I have to simply go back to defend it. If rook takes. We are now still threatening knight e2 check. Okay, and we have an extra piece at the moment. So we're going to try to trade down, neutralize until we have extra piece left to opponent's nothing, basically. Alright, how are they gonna stop knight e2? Are they gonna be able to stop knight e2? That is the question. We can also take on e8 and then take on a2. Next move, so. Alright. Our man Ife decides to resign. I think after giving up a minor piece there, things didn't go right. I know, it's not easy to play and talk about your thoughts, right? Explaining your thoughts while playing. It takes time to get used to. Wouldn't taking that pawn on c2 with the queen have been a blunder after rook c1 by them? They could have won your rooks on the back rank since the queen was covering it. Oh man, you're right actually, like right here, right? If I took queen c2, you're right. Rook c1, this is a blunder. And I would have lost the rook. Zura. That's a cool rhyme. I didn't realize there was rhyming like that. What is not? What is not? Yara, what is not? He will take your pawn, was asking Samantha. Where exactly? And back to your question, in the end game, even if I'm leading, white takes over and wins, or I force a draw. Okay, let me respond to that question here in a minute, okay? Knight a5, knight c4 plan, right? Yes. So let's analyze this. So you played bishop b4 5 check here. The so-called Moscow variation, and you got a quite solid position here. But after bishop g7, a short castle, you're saying that you're uncertain of knight a5, right? I think you should play b3 to stop knight c4. I know that looks a little loose because of this diagonal, and the knight on c3 is going to be uncomfortable, but I don't think I have a way to exploit it immediately. For example, I was looking at this move queen c7, but then you're gonna have knight b5 to attack the queen. Now, and queen cannot take there because of queen a5, right? If I take knight e4, I believe you're gonna have, that's at least what I was looking at, knight d2, bishop takes d2, and then bishop takes a5 here. Apparently b6, you have to move the bishop. I take on a1, you take back, I take on c2, and black apparently is still better here. Rook and 2 pawns versus 2 minor pieces should be better actually, considering these are 2 connected pass pawns. So maybe not that. Computer is suggesting instead of this series of traits you can play queen b4, and it gets a lot trickier. You can get the same position, but well, not quite the same actually. See it? This goes in a lot of detail, as you can see, and somehow crazy crazy sequence. Actually, it ends up in a draw like that, perpetual, because if you take on e4, you're gonna drop b5, and if not, then you're down 2 pawns, so you have to make a draw there. But alright, for human that I think is not that easy. So on b3 I would most likely play actually a move like b6. I was thinking of playing this move b6. I mean, I didn't see those either, but I was a little uncertain to play queen c7 because of this move knight b5. So I would most likely have played b6 here. Try to play, then prepare for rook queen c7, and also try to prepare for actually rook takes c3, because right now if I take rook c3 here and then play knight e4, this is hanging, right? So I want that knight to be defended first. So that's what the b6 is about. Yeah, after this I think this was just hard. I think you're gonna drop the e4 pawn, and rook e1. If you try to defend the e4 pawn, then knight takes b2, and when you take back, queen takes c3, and then your pawn structure is very weak, and you're also gonna lose some pawns. So this was already very difficult. Have you played chess before today? A little bit. I played a little bit for a few times, once or twice. I'm still learning. Ife, it's 4 a.m. Why are you not sleeping, bro? We can do this another time. You know, we have time. You don't sleep? It's a waste of time? Oh, insomnia. Oh man. That doesn't sound fun. What's your blitz rating? Asks Bobby Fischer is back. Bobby Fischer. It's about 2800, my friend. Come on, bro. Is this you with like 200 rating? Not that there's anything wrong with that. All right, 1893. 7 more subs on YouTube. Let's go. Ifa, should we? You wanted to play another one? You played. Couldn't they have instantly placed the bishop on h6 and trade the dark square bishop? Or is allowing knight c4 too strong? Oh, you mean when I played knight a5 here? Yeah, knight a5, bishop h6. I think the point is then you're gonna lose the c2 pawn. So here, maybe takes, and if you take knight b2. But apparently it's a little tricky because knight d5, takes, and then you have these tricks of knight g5. Another round? Alright. Alright. Okay. Let me rematch this, and Yara, you're next in line. Does that sound good? Because we're gonna try to record another one, okay, with a black and with white color, and then try to share recordings here. Ife is also up and coming YouTuber. He just started posting on YouTube, so you gotta make sure you check his channel also. All right. Okay, this time we're playing with white. Okay, Ife most likely would have muted to this at this point. So let's talk about what we want to do. So let's start with e4, best by test. Okay, Ife wants to play Sicilian, so let's go knight f3 against d6. What is my recommendation against d6? I think I am going with delayed alapin. Okay, delayed alapin here is an opening that aims to gain control of the center, aims to play Sicilian in the style of Ruy Lopez or Spanish opening. Okay, now what is the point? Knight f6 is a natural move, attacking the pawn on e4. Let's go h3, set up the little trap that if knight takes e4, we're gonna have queen a4 check, attacking the knight and the king, right? So knight e4 is not possible. Well, I guess it is possible, but it's bad. It's going to lose the piece. And most likely black is going to try to block this diagonal or continue doing their own thing. There we go. They block it. And now we're going to bring our bishop to d3. At the moment, uncomfortable spot for the bishop. But next move, it's going to go back to c2. Free the d file for the queen, and then we can play d4. Okay, so that's an idea of the delayed alapin in a nutshell. Okay, that is one of my recommendations against Sicilian. I think it is a very healthy sideline if we want to avoid the mainstream theory. If you do not want to avoid the mainstream theory, then definitely the open Sicilian, that's what the reason why it is the main line. The main line is the main line for a reason. Okay. All right, looks like our opponent is unsure here, uncertain what to do. I think next, yeah, we'll simply castle. Then we're gonna bring the bishop back to c2, and we are ready to take full control of the center next with pawn to d4. Okay, now the question is going to be how black is going to try balance our center. Is it going to be d5? e5 is not at the moment possible at the moment because we can simply take the pawn, right? So most likely it's going to be something like knight c6 first and then d5. Now I want to be ready to meet d5 with e5. So I'm gonna bring the knight out, my knight also. If you can develop your piece while giving it a purpose, that's always a no-brainer, always a good thing to do. And that's what we're gonna do exactly here. Knight goes to c3, and we are ready to get the bishop, dark square bishop also in the game. Okay. He plays e5 to balance the center. Now the question is, do we go d5 to kick the knight away from there? Do we keep it as it is and allow black to capture on d4? Do we go something like bishop g5? That could be one idea. We could also go bishop to e3. That could be another idea. Yeah, I think I actually like this simple approach. Let's try bishop e3. Okay, securing the center. If you take, we take with the knight. Maybe now this bishop has done its job since it was blocked with the pawn on e5 and this diagonal has been opened up. I think I'm gonna want to bring the bishop on that diagonal. I think it's gonna have more to do on b3 g7 diagonal. If you do it immediately though, they can go knight a5 maybe. Well, actually the pawn is hanging on d4, so probably not. Alright, should we go there simply then rook c1? So let's go rook c1. I think that makes a lot of sense. And next we'll prepare for the... Okay, he played a6. I was gonna say next we'll prepare for the bishop b3. So right now if we play bishop b3, knight a5, this e5 pawn is hanging. So that's in our favor. I guess what he can do is maybe take here and then go knight a5. Right, to attack. We could probably go bishop d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5. I think the position is still in our favor. Okay, when he takes there, we could also... No, I don't like actually taking with the bishop. Why would we take with the bishop? Immediately knight a5. Alright, that does give up a pawn. So I think I'll take it. I don't mind giving up the light squared bishop here if it comes at the cost of a pawn. Alright, takes with the queen. Now that is also going to threaten bishop b6, making that queen very uncomfortable, and taking the pawn on b7. That is another pawn in our all right, Jeff. Relax. Relax, my friend. Brazilian monk, welcome. I like the username. We're sure that b7 is a pawn. b7 is a pawn. Last time I checked. At the moment, d7 is not a pawn. d7 is a bishop. Ah, rook b8. I see. Rook b8 after. Yeah, I was looking at that too, but we're gonna take then a6 too. Let's say he plays bishop e6, then we take on b7, rook b8, queen takes a6. So we still get two pawns. They will get one of our pawns on the b2, but I think 2 is more than 1. So I'm still okay with that trade. Alright, that's what he goes for. And we were actually talking exactly about this, right? So let's do that. Now, there are a few things that has caught my attention here. One is knight to c6, attacking the queen and the bishop there. Another one is rook to d1. Rook to d1. Both of them look very good. So what do we think? Knight goes to c6. Where is queen gonna go? Let's say queen goes to e8. Then we take. Queen takes e7. We could technically go knight d5, knight d5, bishop c5, queen g5. Yeah, I'm not sure that is in our best interest actually. So maybe just rook d1. If queen goes this way, then we can try discover the attacks with the knight. I think queen c7, we can also go knight d5. Takes here, knight e7 with a check. King moves away, bishop d4. We're gonna fork the queen and the rook. Wow. He decides to offer a trade. I guess that's an understandable decision. I just didn't think that would be the case with 2 extra pawns. Alright, I think we have to take and start pushing the pawn. Now if we lose this A pawn, it becomes unpleasant in the sense that we had a lot of material advantage and it's gonna go down to only 1 extra pawn. So I'm gonna try to not allow that to happen if I can and if I am able to. Let's see. Bishop b4 wants to take here, but the back rank is an issue, so I don't think that is something to worry about. So let's try to attack this bishop. Ask to decide where it's gonna go. It takes on c3. I think we will take back with the rook, and then this pawn is not hanging because of the back rank. Oh, but this pawn is hanging. I forgot that. I forgot that the e4 pawn is hanging. So I'm expecting probably takes here. Then let's say we move rook d3, threatening the rook d8 check. Probably black will give himself a loft, something like h6. Crawler, yes, it is raiding. So takes here, and a rook d3. I'm expecting that to happen. Alright, gets traded, yeah, 94. Now, do we go here or here? That's the real question. I think d3 is more powerful, connecting the rooks, right? Now, probably let's go trade and start pushing the pawn. We're not worried about the back rank for obvious reasons. What I'm worried about is, okay, yes, stopping this pawn. Bishop goes to b6, I guess, to secure this pawn probably. And then we're gonna try to push that pawn one by one. That's the goal. Okay, and I do not see a good way for black to get close to this pawn. I guess like knight c3 probably, but knight b4 check, king here, knight b5. Man, trying to stop that pass pawn when it's running That's borderline impossible, I think. If I was with black here, I would probably leave it and try to go for this and sacrifice material, even if it comes at the cost of promotion. So let's try that. Here, 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 takes, and then we promote. Right? Here, rook b6. Okay, there we go. Because bishop d5 will take rook d5. Yeah, rook a4. I kinda actually missed that move. Okay, let's consolidate first before going for anything else, and I think he was too low on time, so then didn't fight back at the end, but good game, Ife. Good game, man. Let's break down what happened. So apparently here we have the Sicilian. How did you guys like the delayed alapin? Delayed alapin, that is my recommendation. And so within the school group, you're gonna have access to the opening repertoires, okay, with white and with black. One of my opening repertoires with e4 includes delayed alapin, c3. Okay, the idea of c3 here, as I explained, is we want to play it in a calm, composed manner, keep the center, do not engage into mainstream theory, and nevertheless maintain control of the center. So this is the ideal scenario of the delayed alapin. There are other lines where they challenge the center faster, but that was not the case, and I think naturally all white pieces are now well placed, right? And white controls the center here, so white is going to have a very pleasant position. Okay, so black probably wants to play this in different way, whether that is fianchettoing the bishop on the long diagonal or something else. Okay, maybe early d5 there before bishop gets stuck on c2. So after e5 here, computer says white already has a very considerable advantage, and knight a5 just increased that advantage by dropping the pawn. Instead of that, apparently something like h6. What I was thinking you were gonna do actually, if I is taking on d4 and then maybe knight e5 or knight a5, one of this. That's what I thought you were gonna do. But I was planning on going bishop d5, and if you take, then takes back knight d5. So I guess this is the one of the possible positions. At a5, okay, after the trades, apparently queen b7 takes. Oh wow, so I did give a bunch of stuff here. Apparently I could have played better. How could I have played better? Apparently knight c6 is a better move to keep your queen stuck to this bishop, and then rook fd1. That makes a lot of sense because this bishop actually can't go anywhere else. Yeah, definitely you should have resolved the tension in the center before before going knight a5 here. Knight a5 simply, I think, is a blunder. I don't think you realized that the e pawn was hanging. So apparently knight c6 was a much better move. I did not play that, and allowed you to play queen a8. That got you back in the game. Still, there would be a few other more efficient moves to convert here, but I did not find the most precise ones. And apparently towards the end you have a very realistic chances of holding this. Oh, knight d2. That's actually a very good move, because now you're threatening to play rook a1, and that's going to be perpetual. Let's say if I go here, rook a1, and you have a perpetual check. Okay, so it's going to be a draw. So for that reason, I have to play on knight d2 and move like f3. Make sure that you don't have a perpetual. But then you can go knight b3, and now pushing this pawn is going to be not an easy task. So I apparently did not convert this, so you could have gotten back in the game with knight d2. I think yeah, knight d2, rook a1 check, knight f1. That's a lovely resource indeed. This knight d2, rook a1, knight f1 check, and trying to squeeze the perpetual out of this trickery. Jesse, I'm glad you enjoyed, my friend. I'm glad you're liking it. Hello to Saratov. Здорово, Saratov. No worries, man. No worries. We should do it another time too. When it's probably not this late. You know, I can totally see why playing at 4 a.m. would be difficult, but for sure, for sure, we should exchange actually, like maybe um, upload on the drive your part of it. I'll upload my part of it, and so we can exchange the footage that way. You know, that would be cool. I think that would be a cool YouTube video. I have one like that against an NM, against Chess Vibes, and people love that video. So I did another one with the WFM. So now I have also with Expert. So this could be a cool series. Or for me actually, continuation of the series. For you, it's the first one, right? First of its kind. All right, 1896. 4 people, 4 more subs. YouTube, can we? Let's go to cross 1900. Lobster, Crostini, how was the bullet brawl? I ended up around 16th or so. Basically back to my rating. I went close to 2900 and then dropped back to 2850. All right, Yara, you're next. Did you want to play? Do you want to play round 2? You want to play round 2, and you gotta make sure you check out my YouTube and help the man out. Yo, I Frosty with the Prime. Frosty, thank you. You haven't spoken, my friend. Thank you for the support, and I'm glad you're enjoying the content. If you decided to sub, you must have enjoyed something. Much appreciated. Thank you. Alright, we're back on the sub grind as well. Last month was actually wilder. We got gifted like 100 subs, but back on the grind. Let's go. Can we get close to that record? Frosty, what did you enjoy, my friend? You enjoyed the game analysis? Or what was it? Yeah. Okay. Yada, yada. Should I start playing? Or do you want it to play another game? Or do you send link to the drive? You can email me. I will just whisper. I'll just whisper you my email, okay? You have it on the drive, on the Google Drive? Yeah, no worries, bro. No worries. Just do it tomorrow. There's no rush. Do it tomorrow or whenever you have time. We're not in a rush. Okay, I was gonna respond to Samantha. What to do with the black repertoire if you're struggling with the black? Well, you should learn my courses. You should join my school and learn my courses. Basically, I think what you want to focus on is equalizing first. That you gotta make sure that you're setting up the defenses properly. Okay, before you start playing for the win. If you do equalize, then it's the same thing as playing with white. Okay, so we equalize first, and then we go for the advantage. Okay, to try to grab the advantage. That's the uh, that's the ultimate point. Obviously, learning openings help. All right. A lot of people, if there is no line, then I'm gonna. Or did people want to play? Yeah, you have to take on d4 first, and then go knight a5, right? Uh, hold on. I was gonna try a specific thing here. Okay, I was attempting to do a specific thing. Okay, I wanted to do the speedrunish kind of thing with the opening repertoire that I play. Okay, so someone in the range of 500. Would someone in the range of 500 volunteer? 600. Let's see. Oh man, this is too long. All right. Let's try with the GP1MP. All right. Here is what I am attempting. I am attempting actually. I'll tell you what I'm attempting. Okay, balance and simplicity. Knight to f3, attacking the pawn. Oh, they go d6. I was gonna say d4 here, but I guess we'll do the same thing against the Philidor defense. Black plays the Philidor defense to secure this pawn on e5, and then they support it with knight c6. Now I want to keep this simple, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take it on e5. Okay, if you take back, I will trade queens, and if you take back with the knight was defending the pawn on e5, so easy peasy extra pawn. Now you're attacking the pawn on e4. The best way to defend, I guess, that would probably be the bishop or pawn on f3. Let's keep it simple with a bishop to d3. Yo, thank you. I'll send my part also tomorrow, okay? All right, the knight is under attack. Where do we go? Do we go back or do we go c4? I think I would prefer to go to c4 to counter attack it. And when they castle, we also castle. We could also play e5 there, but rook was going to pin us. So I think I prefer to castle. Now I'm actually threatening to go e5 next. All right, a bishop moves away, not to allow this. Let's get our bishop out. Oh, actually, that's allowed now knight to come to e6 with the tempo. I was gonna attack the pawn on c7 while developing our piece. So it was a good idea, but a bad execution. Okay, let's go back. Next target, developing the knight. This knight has not been brought into the game. So we want to develop all our pieces, include all our pieces into the game, right? The next, you know which ones they are. These two castles, or the rooks. Okay, that does allow bishop here actually. Let's get both rooks in the game, and now we are ready to start having fun on the next moves, basically. Okay, knight d4. Is that threatening anything else? I don't see a threat here. This is not a threat. So I don't see also the reason why we shouldn't start going after the black pieces here. So let's start it with knight d6. Oh. Bishop and knight, you may have heard, is equal, but when the position is open, bishop pair is a lot more powerful combination. For the most part, if the position is not closed, a bishop pair is a positional advantage. So that is something to keep in mind. Okay, not all minor pieces are equal. You gotta think which minor pieces are more active. Okay, right now, for example, look at this bishop and that bishop, right? They're not the same, right? This bishop is not now going to be stuck doing nothing there. Ooh, I did forget about it, rook c2, but luckily for me, I think this is a lucky blunder. Rook e2, and this knight is trapped. It can go here, can go here, can go there, can go here. Knight e4 is not a thing because we can simply take it with the knight. Okay, so you don't get to use this pin. So I think black is actually going to lose the knight here. Okay, it goes to b4. We can take it with the bishop. Rook. Trade. When you have the material advantage, you want to trade. Faster, the better. Then rook takes d2, rook takes d2. When you have a material advantage, you want to either attack and overwhelm your opponent or trade down. Okay, just simplify it for yourself. Trade down, you're gonna be left with that extra piece against nothing, most likely, if you trade correctly. So trading down is one of the simplest way to convert your material advantage. If you can restate the quadratic formula. What is this, bro? Is this a test? You're testing me? Isn't quadratic formula minus b plus minus b2 minus 4 AC in the square, and that is divided by 2a, right? Man, it's been ages since I talked about quadratic equation, to be honest. But okay, he wants to play c5, but not really, I guess, because I'll simply take it and rook cannot take it. There is a back rank checkmate. Okay, so let's do our own thing. We're gonna go e5, attacking the knight. Okay, knight moves away. We can take it. Now we're attacking the back rank at the moment. I was gonna say the b5 pawn, but alright, I think that is a trouble, because after check I see another check with the bishop that's gonna stop the king from going forward. Alright, and that is a discovered check and checkmate. Give me a second, there is something going on here. Oof, that's very stuffy. I'm gonna open the window. For a little. Imagine being 800, you load up Just that's gonna get paired with a 2800. Yo! Blunderman YouTube, what's going on? Was that you? Yo, thanks for the raid, man. Thanks for bringing your people over. And I've been seeing your videos actually on YouTube. Okay. There's a lot we can learn, all learn from each other. But hope you had a good stream. You make it a little more complicated. You're saying rook d8 and after rook e2. Or free Lexer. What's up? Wait, a plus b. Oh, that is the formula. Wait, was that you actually that asked me on YouTube? I wonder. Cancel? Young Carol? Young Carol? Why? Any losses today? I definitely did. Wait, have I not lost today? Have I not lost today? Yo. I was just trying to drumstick. One, let's go. Which one are you? Yara was gonna play me, but she left, I think. Drumstick, Chipopotamus. Okay, that's cool. It's a cool, cool sounding name. Okay, we got 800. Now, Dr. Chess is 1400. Is that you? Dr. Chesses? Yeah, alright, let's go. Okay, playing with black. E4. Let's go balance. Balance and simplicity. E4, E5. Knight F3, Knight C6. We keep the center. They go for the Scotch opening. We take back. Knight takes. We bring the other knight out to F6 to attack the pawn on E4. They go Knight C3 to defend the pawn. We bring our bishop to pin the knight on C3 and attack the pawn on E4. Okay, now we want to take on C3, then take on E4, or immediately take on E4. Okay, so we try to balance the center, develop our pieces on good squares. Don't give up pieces and capture pieces when you're given. Knight takes C6, we did not give that up. That is a trade. We're going to take back with the B pawn right now and renew the threat on the E4 pawn because of the pin. White, I think, now has two ways to defend that pawn. One would be probably bishop d3. the most common move. Another one could be e5 to attack the knight. I think e5 we can go queen e7. Alright, bishop d3. I'm gonna go short castle. And by the way, one turtle. You should be muted during the game. In case you're not. Alright, bishop to g5. Then we can go, I think we can start with h6, or do we immediately go with? Let's go d5. I think if e5 at the moment we can move the queen away. We'll also go queen e7, but then f4, and then we will have to move the queen away again. So how about we move the queen to e8, or we could also start with the rook e8. I think rook e8, f4, we could go d4, castles, takes. That's actually somewhat unclear. Okay, so there could be one. Rook e8, f4, then d4 goes there, takes. That's also okay. What if we move the queen e8? Queen e8, pawn to f4. We go knight g4 as a possibility. e4 is a possibility here, and then knight g4. Yeah, I think I like this. f4, knight g4. If bishop f6, I'll take back with the pawn. And this bishop is coming in clutch. Meaning that if bishop takes h7, I can take king h7, queen h5 check, king g7, and you're not gonna have check on g4 because of this bishop. If you take and play queen h5, queen e5 comes with the check. Queen takes e5, pawn takes e5, pawn e4, f5, all that good stuff. So I don't see how white can pose any real problems to the black king here. Even though it does look very weakening, this bishop f6 looks like it is exposing the black king by quite a bit. Alright, we were expecting this. Keep in mind, this is covered. It's a very important detail right there. Now I don't see the way for white to keep this pawn. Okay, queen h5, yes, to threaten the checkmate, but as I was mentioning, queen e5 right now is gonna force the queen trade because this comes with a check. I think our opponent forgot that queen e5 was with a check. Alright, now you have to take, then pawns correct itself, it's not going to be doubled anymore, and I'm going to keep a very nice center. So I think our friend Dr. Cheeser or Chesses is in a little bit of a trouble. Not a lot of trouble, and just a little bit of a trouble. It's a pawn. And I'm gonna go bishops here and probably push the pawns. Now d4 is going to be also a pretty big trouble here, so I'm assuming probably rook is gonna come to d1 to stop it. But then I'll probably play bishop e6. Oh, he plays there first. All right, let's go back to d6. Put the pressure on the b2, then probably will want to go bishop e5. Alright, if you do that, then I'm gonna go immediately bishop e5. And now the knight on c3 is in a lot of trouble. Or the rook on a1, so something heavy is gonna get lost. We're still at 1896. We're still in need of 4 subs to meet the daily goal on YouTube. So guys, come on now. All right, make sure you hop on and sub. All right, on YouTube. We're not. Okay, no, I'm not. I shouldn't say this, but let's go 1900. Maybe a little bit of music would help. Right, knight d5, a desperate attempt. Oh, actually, I should have done it differently. Just you could just do it like this, yeah. There we go. Alright, what's the plan next? We're pushing the pawns. A5, also trading down. So trade down and push the pawns. Consolidate. Get your king involved in the game. Okay, in the end game, actually, remember this. In the end game, you want to bring the king out. Okay, king becomes an important part of the game. Okay, to illustrate that point, let's play king here, then bring the king to f6. You can attack it as much as you want. We know that we have an extra material, so we're simply gonna get pieces involved in the game, and our artillery will simply outpower your artillery because we have more of them. Okay, as simple as that. I think that was hanging. Oh, but this is also hanging actually. That's just going to be a trade. Oh, I completely actually blundered this move, g5 here, and then he can take here. Actually, that's that wins the pawn back. I mean, that wins the piece back. It's not good. Actually, not good at all. Okay, we have to take. I don't think we have an option. Our Alright, now what? We have how many pawns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns. So we still have 2 extra pawns. shouldn't be too difficult to convert, but our pawns is actually not that strong. Let's go for that pawn. Our king is also not in a very comfortable situation, so you probably have to be a little careful not to get checkmated. Check. Okay. He wants to go here, so I'm gonna try to stop that. And then just start pushing the pawn. Okay. All right. Good game. Good game, man. GG's. Doctor just sent you the friend request. Rachitso, Eric, Saksham. B4 was a big blunder. Yeah, B4 was a big blunder, but even before giving that up, I think here, after E5, let's take a look real quick. Yeah, I think E5 is a mistake. You should just castle or take on D5. I think the main line here is simply castle, D5, you take, and go bishop G5, then C6, and we play this position. Okay. Bishop G5 before you castle here. This is a little tricky. Yeah, because your king is still in the center. You know, apparently there we go. Apparently this is even better. Which one? The short castle? Yeah, that's the main line here. You go short castle. You allow black to play D5, then take, and you play bishop G5. Now you're threatening to take on F6 and take on D5 because you have this bishop H7 trick. Discover the attack check, so I have to play C6 to defend it. And now this is considered to be the main line. Or let's say moves like queen F3, H3, and balanced with the balanced position for both sides. The E5 before you have castle gets your king stuck. Yeah, my friend. Then you go. That's why here in chess.com has a lot of training resources. You should go to learn, lesson library, or openings. And you have a bunch of openings there that you can learn from. Yeah, I figured you missed queen takes e5. After that, I think it's already very hard to come back to. All right, who was next? Next was Okay. Gia de try. Alright. Let's go Scotch gambit D4. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. It's a pleasure meeting you. And likewise, thank you for the game. Alright, now I'm going for bishop c4. I'm leaving this pawn on purpose. Okay, for the quick development and for the center. Let's see how black reacts. I've noticed from my students' games that black a lot of times struggle to play against this. That is the reason why I'm recommending this. On bishop c5, I am going to say, let's try pawn to c3. If you take there, there's queen d5. I think we're gonna attack these two bishop and the pawn, both on f7. Okay, they fall kind of under pressure. They don't want to take on c3, so okay, in that case we get the full control of the center, a lot more space, good squares for our pieces. As board suggests. I think we can castle, right? Yeah, I think we can castle right now. Because if you take there, then simply rook e1. Okay, now e5 looks very comfortable. Queen b3 I think also looks quite comfortable here. Short castle, and then we go e5. We could go immediately e5 right now. Could simply play rook e1. That's also... You know what, let's play queen b3. Put the pressure on f7, force the short castle, and then we're gonna go e5. When the knight moves away, we can try to go e6 or bishop f4. I think I'm gonna try e6. Oh, now it goes back to h7. Okay, in that case, that changes things here a little. In that case, okay, let's just bring the bishop out. I was thinking that knight was gonna go to g4. Let's try to go bishop f4. Next, I'm gonna try to bring the rook on the open file here, attacking the queen. We could actually take on f7 immediately. He blundered that and we played it a little too fast. Actually, we could have captured on f7, but we didn't. But I think this is also winning, considering we're gonna win a lot of material. G Pimps, what's up? Just lost to you. Oh, you were the other one. Yo, nice playing you, my friend. Thanks for the game. Let's take a rook. Captain Ketchup. Yo, no way, no way. Captain Ketchup, what's going on, my friend? Bro, it has been what, forever and ever and ever since I've seen you. How you been? You've been out in the Twitch streets? Or this was just a one-time lurk? The E6, that's defended twice, my friend. Good game. GG's. Alright, we got the game in, I think 500, 400, it was 600, now 800, 900. Let's do 1000 to 1100. LM24N. Busy with work or with what? Okay, we're stuck on. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. You gotta hop on my YouTube. And help me reach 1900 there. You mean off chess or what? Off the chess streets. Okay, let's see the last games here. The last couple of games that I played was, I started with, okay, 500, okay, 400, 500, 900, 2000, 1900, 1900, 1800, 2200, 800, 1400, 850. So I need players. Let me see here real quick. Let me write this down. Where is my... I got 800, I got 500. Okay, let's let me do this 1 second. 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000, right? Then we have 1000, 1100, 1200. My pen died, but okay. 1200. Oh, this one doesn't die. 1300, 1400, 1500, 1600, 1700, 1800, 1900, and 2000. All right, to cover all the levels. Let's see how much I got. I got 900. I got 400. I got 500. I got 900. I got 1900. I got 1800. That was 800. I got 1400 and kind of like 850 here. All right. So I need to play against 600 and 700 right now. Okay, to complete from 0 to 1000. Is anyone in 800s or 600s that want to play me right now? specifically rated 600. All right, here we go. I mean, if not, it's not a big problem either, honestly. Oh! He started playing immediately. Alright, let's go. 500. Balance the center. Defend the center. Scotch opening is very popular. It looks like. They take back. We develop our knight to attack the pawn in the center. They take our knight. We take back with the pawn. Now, how are they going to defend the e4 pawn? Either knight c3 and what our former opponent did, or pawn to e5. Those are the two options. Okay, pawn e5, we could go queen e7. Now, what to do on queen d4? This is an unusual move. It kind of is asking us, basically, begging us to play c5 to attack the queen. So I don't see the reason why we should not do it. On queen e5 check now, the problem with it is nothing major here that white is threatening, but what is going to be major is after we finish castling on the next move, this queen now has wasted 3 moves. This is the reason why you do not bring your queen out early, okay, because it's gonna get attacked. Look at this move, rook e8. Is he gonna fall for our little tactic takes there and we do the discover check? Oh, they did fall for it. Always, when opponent is giving you material to capture, first you should be asking yourself, what is he going to do after I capture it? Why is he doing this? Why is he giving me material? Why is he giving me knight for a pawn? Okay, never capture an opponent's piece without asking yourself, what do they want? Right now, if they did, they would not have blundered this. Okay, blunders usually are lack of observation. Okay, so now they have to block the e5 with the queen and give me the queen, extra queen. Now let's still keep all the pieces in the game. Bishop b7. Both bishops. Now I'm going to try to bring the queen in next. We're also keeping our eye on the check. What's up, Shakir? Okay, let's give it one check. Let's give a check. King moves away. Now we're gonna go queen. It's time. Queen starts invading the opponent's territory. You go queen f2 check. We can go queen d6 check. I think queen f2 probably makes most sense. And the last piece in the game, the rook. The rookeroni. For the illustration purposes, I think let's do rook e8. Now that all our pieces are included in the game, we can think how to wrap this up. I think I'll start with the queen d4 check. Saniel Chess, what's going on? LM24N, I don't speak Parsi, my friend. Bishop d7. Now this asks for some discover checks. One discover check I can see. Queen f2 is also a check. Close to be checkmate. I guess let's go queen f2. And when king goes back, you're gonna have the bishop c2 checkmate. Actually, taking with the queen was also a checkmate. All right, so balance. We keep the center balanced, and we keep it simple. Develop our pieces on good squares. Don't give up pieces and capture an opponent gives you pieces. So that was in 600, and one more game in the 700 range. Someone rated 700. On the play, someone rated 700 exactly. No more, no less. Miss Slay. Okay, let's play Maki. No? Someone offered me to play Miss Slay. Is that someone from the chat? Alright, let's play. 1200. I actually haven't played in this range. So let's do it. E3. Oh, okay. If someone gives you the center like that, we take it. We'll take it. Alright, let's attack the center because the opponent is playing passively in the center. If they play passive, we will try to take advantage of it. Okay, let's. I'm gonna try to get the bishop out next. Now, at the moment, okay, let's go bishop a6 to attack the rook. Then we simply get the bishop out. Now let's put the queen on this diagonal. What can go wrong? It's always that's usually how it starts. Aoife, you use the translator or you actually speak Parsi? Alright, bishop has been pushed back. Oh, you do speak Arabic? Oh, you lived in Lebanon. I actually don't know your story. How long you been in Liverpool? Okay, let's try the pin on the d file. Your story is complicated. For another time then. You're learning Russian. Haha, true. Okay, let's attack this knight. See where he goes. Now, material is equal, but we have a bishop pair. Bishop pair is a better minor piece duo when the files are open. Okay, they do want to trade one of them right now, but I think what is going to happen after this one trade is oh, never mind. I thought this was trapping the knight, but knight can come to e5 actually, so it's not quite trapped. What about the h5? Hey, Andrew. Thank you, thank you. Good morning. Just woke up? Let's try to kick the knight away. Now I think it's gonna be forced to go back to f3, so... First I was thinking of taking there and then playing this, but now I think I'm gonna give an immediate queen c6 a try. What if I try go here? Maybe go attack the rook, then return back. Okay, if you go there, I think it's gonna expose your king. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's try maybe use this pawn to go all the way. Now that h3 is gonna create a deadly threat by the means of you could have probably included the rook also, but I am also threatening check and pawn to h3. Check. Now queen f2. Well, that's going to be... Alright, that is a mate. Miss Slay. Okay, Miss Slay is saying that she mouse slipped. So I'll play one more game against her since she said she mouse slipped. Alright, let's go for the Scotch gambit again and see how they handle. Bishop c5. On bishop c5, what if I play c3? A lot of people just leave the pawn on d4 here again and give us the monster sender. Okay, that is actually not bad. That's probably the best way to deal with this. Now the question is going to be, do we go check or do we go bishop a3? Bishop a3, if you take there, I think we have queen b3. Let's still try to do that. Bishop a3, make sure the black king doesn't castle. What's keeping you awake, man? If you would like to share. Alright, now if we go short castle, knight, queen d3, bishop c4, queen c4. King is stuck in the center. I think I would like to try. Oh, maybe knight e3 I didn't see though. Oh, they folded. They folded here. Alright, let's go rook. Put the pressure, because now if castle, I think I can take on d5. Alright, yeah. That's what I was trying to set up for. Now I can take on d5, and this knight is going to be pinned. So knight takes d5, bishop takes f8. Why was the knight e3 good? Because it was forcing me to capture back, and then bishop takes c4 there, which I thought actually, like, bishop knight e3 pawn takes, bishop takes c4, and I don't get to open up the e file, which would otherwise I wanted to make my main source of counterplay here. Well, now this is a different matter because opponent chose to give up an exchange in return. Okay, now if you give up an exchange, that's already a material advantage. Okay, it's a little different. We allowed king to castle, but we have a material advantage. So now we have to approach it differently, which is going to be either we go for the attack or we try to trade and simplify. Okay, I think trading and simplifying makes a lot of sense here. Like rook here or queen here. Let's go here. And if you take there, I'll take this now. Bishop has to move away. We can take here too. And start pushing our d pawn. Should we be cute here or just practical? I think I'll try to play just queen e7. Keeping it simple, staying true to the name, the title. Push the pawn. Now threaten to go the back rank. There we go. Sacrifice the queen. And when he takes back, we're gonna have a mate. Alright, I gotta tell my man's here that he was on the stream. I do have an account for the speedruns, but you're too good, man. Legendary player. You're too good. Alright, bro. Let's play one. Agilitical. What's going on? Was that my opponent? Alright, we balance the center. Strengthened with e6. Then we try to finish the development of our king side. Bring the knight to d7, not to c6, so they could support each other. Okay, if they do stuff like that, now we can probably go. Well, let's start with knight e4. Trading. So when you are with limited space, when you have limited space, you want to trade pieces to get some breathing air. Okay. That's very important. That's how you. Okay, now this guy is hanging, so we have to do something about it, right? So let's defend it. Knight c4 now. He's trying to stop me from playing e5, I guess. But how does this stop e5? Because I think I can still play e5, right? Takes here, queen d5 check, and then I could return back to f7. I could also go f4 immediately, but I think I simply like this, so I don't see why not. You can go here because queen c5. I could also consider, actually, if you take here, I could consider taking on c5. Navdeep Joy, what's up? And what's up, my YouTubians? Are we still stuck at 96? Oh man. Oh man, I don't think we're gonna reach 1900 today because I am already pretty gassed out. Alright, let's take this. If you take with the queen, I think this guy is hanging. Right, so you have to take with the pawn. Now let's go with some counterplay. At the moment, this bishop is gonna have. No, it's okay. It's okay, bro. It's all good, man. Bro, I'm joking about it. Like, what's the difference whether it's gonna be now or like few days there, you know? Like eventually it's not really the subs that we care about, right? It's about the value that we think we put in. I was just having fun with it, you know. Let's get the bishop out now. Then I'm gonna try to bring the rook in the game. And again, as you see, in the simplicity is about bringing all your pieces into the game, developing all your pieces on good squares. Okay, is my bishop well placed? Is my knight well placed? Is my rook, are my rooks well placed? If the answer is yes to all of them, it is gonna work out. Now, I don't even need to calculate here. I feel already that this has to work out because all my pieces are active here. So there's no way that this doesn't work. Let's go rook f2. And the poor king is gonna be stuck. In the center. Goes down, we take with the check. And I think probably check here. Takes. And check here. You have to block it and then queen takes. And that's going to be a checkmate. GG's, my friend. GG's. GG's. Alright, one more game. I want to play with... Oh, Agilitical. Who's this? My friend, is that you? Oh, okay, alright. 2200. Let's go. D4. Scotch gambit. I've been playing this today against everyone. So I don't see the reason why I change right now. H6, in my opinion, inaccuracy already. Let's go castle. D6. Okay, I'm gonna go C3. We could have probably taken with a knight, but I'm gonna go C3 so I could develop this knight faster. Okay, if you do that, can we do Queen B3 to attack that F7? Alright, now we're itching here to open something up. Okay, let's go rook. Rook e1 first, simple move. Keeping it simple, try taking knight d5. I think if you go there, I thought that was a blunder because I can go check. And then I can go knight d5. You can't take right now. So you have to go back then. Let's try go e5. Oof. We gotta be crushing here, no? crashing through. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. We'll take on c6. Bishop e7. I think we'll take on c6. Yeah, that's gonna be something heavy. That's gonna be something heavy. Excuse me. Probably bishop here. Bishop b7, queen b4 check. And resigns. No? Okay, I thought that would be resignable. Now for sure it has to be, right? There is a deadly pin here. Nice game, man. Agilitical. Nice game. Scotch gambit is a dangerous opening, man. It's a menace. If you don't know how to play against it, it could be very unpleasant to face. You know, you have to play, instead of h6, you have to play knight f6. Okay, that's the right thing to do. And then if you go e5, d5, this d5 is the key move. Short castle you take, and then anyways d5. But this is my line of recommendation with white. You take there and go knight c3. And you have a double pin. Okay, you win the e4 pawn back. And they go here, you win it e4 back. And then we're playing this position. I'm gonna discuss this more in detail. You're very bad at defending. No worries, man, no worries. We all gotta start from somewhere. Yeah, that was pretty one-sided. Where do you learn Scotch gambit? On my YouTube channel. I have the series coming on it, and in my school group. Okay, if you jump into school, I'm gonna have the course coming on Scotch gambit. Okay, that's what I'm doing these speed runs for. Okay, I'm gonna do the from literally 400 to every 100 points, from 400 to 2000 or 2200, and I'm gonna add a little bit of the introduction and basically explaining ideas. And for people that are going to be joining my school group classes, I'm gonna have PGN also for you, okay, in PGN format. So you actually have the legitimate opening repertoire. So I need F400 to play games. We already played in 400. So I have a bunch of people actually from 1000 to 2000. I probably have, I haven't played 1000, 1100, 1200, 1300, 1500, 1600, 1700. Okay, but I'll probably do that. When is this group classes? It starts, I started next week. I'm starting in next week. I'm doing 4 different groups, 1000 to 600, 600 to, no, actually 0 to 600, 600 to 1000, 1000 to 1500, and 1500 plus. Okay, 4 group classes per week, 4 different rating ranges. Monday, both classes are on Mondays and Wednesdays. Okay, I'm gonna do 0 to 1000 probably on Monday, 1000 to 1500, and 1500 plus on Wednesday. So you gotta make sure you're hopping on that school. Twój średni ekran jest okay. You can board the width of the screen, but yeah, but it cuts off then, no? Like, let me try that and see if it doesn't cut off. Like, if it doesn't cut off, I am happy to do that. But I always thought that it cuts it off. Like, look at this. Like, let's try it like this and see if it's gonna work. See if this works. Okay, how is that? Is that better? For my YouTube people. YouTube people. You think Ludo is better game? Ludo? What's Ludo, bro? What's Ludo? Yeah, is that better? Is it not cutting off on the phone? I mean, technically you can attend the multiple classes, but I would prefer if you attended like one class, because I think more than like 10 in the group is hard to control. So whatever your rating is, supposedly that's where you want probably to be joining. You know, you probably, it would be preferred, but if you wanna try both, I'm not gonna be against it. But for the future, if there is a high demand for it, I think I'll try to limit the amount, and in that case I'll probably limit each to only one. Which cutoff you are? Yeah, you can attend both and then see which one you align more. Okay, I really want this to play a game against a 700 player. Is that possible? Oh my god, no. Ah, he jumped off as soon as I clicked. Okay, there is no one at the moment rated 700. Ah. Not fast enough. Not fast enough. Not fast enough. Let's see. Yeah, it would be probably like in 1000 to 1500. It's funny how I was like, if some, bro, you serious? You serious? All right, there is. Yeah, you see, that's what I was talking about, man. Open it, top that is closed. Lower it a little and open the top of the board. Okay, how about this? Is that a little better? Come on, bro. How hard it is to get someone rated, find someone rated 700. So I guess it's really hard. All right, E4. I found it. Oh, there you go, D6. All right, we take the center. They attack the center, we defend the center. Now, if we are allowed to get this out of the opening, we always want to do so. Okay, then get the knight out. Get the bishop out. Short castle. Okay, c5. Now they are going for the Sicilian transposition, kinda, out of this. So how do we want to do this? I think I can simply just take it. Maybe get the bishop out to attack this pawn. c5. This pawn on c5 actually weakens the black's position quite a bit. And we'll see if that comes handy. Right now I was gonna say like we can go here and here. Yeah, I think we can still do it actually. So if I attack the knight, if knight moves away, I think we can go e6 next. Okay, knight goes back, we still go e6. And when they take back, it helps us that this knight is pinned. So the knight is actually not gonna be able to move away. We could play knight g5 first, but then knight c7 is gonna defend this pawn. Knight takes e6, knight takes e6, bishop takes e6. I think that wins an exchange also, but let's start with the bishop and then go knight g5. So now we're threatening to go knight f7 with the check. And that's going to be a very dangerous check. Okay, knight f7. I forgot that he has knight d6 actually. I just realized. Okay, queen b6 I did see, but I think that simply gives up the knight. We have two attackers there. They only have one defender. So we just gotta collect. Bishop c3, alright. What is that about? Okay, oh, this guy is hanging. So let's go here to attack it. Next, I want to get rid of this guy, bishop c5, because that's gonna give us access to the d4 square. A very juicy d4 square. And that is a fork. And pretty much a game. I think, okay, let's get pieces involved in the game. Both rooks. Then where do we move the knight? I think there. Threatening rook takes e7. An unstoppable threat, I believe, or I guess knight f5 is. Oh, a lot of things are hanging here. Is he gonna play knight f7, you think? And then queen d8. No, he's just gonna resign, apparently. Board needs to be in square shape, so extend it accordingly. Your rectangular pawn is not a good idea. Loser, unfortunately. Yo, okay, so you are saying basically the way I had it, right? Like this. Is that what you're saying? That's why I had it like that, like in the smaller. Like that. All right, let me know how that is. Is that better? Is that better when I'm playing? Man, what happened to Twitch? Oh. Is YouTube still going? No, I don't think it's your tablet. Because I don't see it live either. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Honestly, I was now trying to take things towards the wrap anyways, so I guess I'll finish it here on YouTube. Well, today was a very eventful evening, I would say. We a lot of new faces. We got a lot of things done. I would say we played a lot. We have a lot of material here to post later on YouTube. I will be posting a lot of this speed run and the Scotch gambit. I will be actually my new repertoires coming out soon. Okay, so you gotta make sure you are in my community group. One more week, it is going to be free. Okay, so if you jump in right now, then will be in the group. But starting next week, when I start the group classes, it is the price is going to be $50. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, the monthly. So take advantage of that. Other than that, I think a lot of games today. I'm excited about this Scotch gambit. I think also the series of simplicity, playing simple chess. Okay, 3 more subs. Can we get 3 more subs? Man, 3 more subs. No, we cannot. Yeah. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm not quite leaving yet. Man. Rajesh is text me and before I want to play a match with you. Let's see if you can beat me or not. Who knows whether the coach himself needs coaching. And before that was 2 hours ago. And in these 2 hours he gets banned for fire play violation. I'm not sure how that works, Andrew, about the subbing twice, but you have supported me more than enough, my friend, and I'm very grateful. No, 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 no. Not 1 minute, my friend. No 1 minute game. Not a 1 minute game. Alright, we'll continue this. We'll continue. I'm gonna play maybe like few more games and I will continue the climb sometime soon. Um, this thing actually work? Does this thing actually work? Let's see. Oh my. Fireworks. Is that fireworks or shots? Hopefully it was not shots. No one got shot. Not sure if we have enough counterplay here. It looks somewhat unlikely, actually. Oof. This is not looking good. Can we bail out? Try a draw or something. Here take, here takes. Man, the Twitch stream went down. So for some reason it crashed. So before I was gonna take off here. I thought I just wanted to literally get one game in. Bro, I don't know what we were trying to do there. We were just yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna take off. It is time. This was how many hours was this? This was almost 4 hours, right? We're only 2 away from 1900 though. 2 people away. How is the board? Is board better though? Eric Lobron, man. here. Where do we go? Where do we go? Yeah, we should G6, right? That's what I was thinking. But now what if I go here? Ah, F5. Should have thought about that. Yes, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. How do I get this bishop in the game? That's the question. A3. Something ugly. Like that. That pawn is going to be very weak. How am I this poor at calculating? Ooh. Whew. Eric Lobren, the legend. The legend. German Grandmaster. All right, that is enough for today. Thank you, everyone. This was a lot of fun. And if you're not subscribed, make sure you do. So when I cut the highlights of this stream, you see it. All right, the Scotch gambit video is coming up soon. Opening repertoires. You gotta join the school community group, which is free at the moment. And we're gonna be starting also the group classes next week, right? Next Monday. Not this upcoming week, but the next, okay, from November. All right. Thank you everyone for stopping by and spending time with me. Hope you learned a thing or two, and have a beautiful rest of your Sunday. Thank you. Cheers, guys.